I need something to eat.
Alright. Did we finish this today? Find out. Jumpy! Hey! How are you? How are you doing? You don't see why you're here? I'm good, you're good. You're here to see that I took scissors to my hair at 1 a.m. That's what you're here for. It's all gone. That's what you're here for. Uh-huh, okay. Okay. The floof on my head. That still is trying to part itself, even though I'm trying to not do a part anymore. Thank you. This is what happens when I'm just like, fuck my hair, and decide to take scissors to it. But I like it. Now I just get the undercut, and then it's the perfect length. Yeah, I just took scissors, I just went... all gone. It was down to here, so... thought it would be a little bit noticeable. Oh, this looks wonderful. What happened? Oh, yeah, the city changed shape. I was like, what happened to make this much destruction? The city shifted. Like, the planet changed its shape. That makes sense, I guess, that everything is a mess.
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different.
What are you doing?
But this is a
Crazy
bit more
girl?
than I anticipated.
The very foundation
These notifications.
shifted. What could have caused this?
I'm going to draw out. Oh
When
no.
Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became
Oh
that much
no.
trickier.
So many. Hi,
Dohalim?
crazy girl.
Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest?
Well,
And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana then?
Heard what?
all the lords are dead except
Someone
Dohalim.
you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
We just got here, bro. I'm assuming that's the
No.
girl that got really upset at him from his flashbacks.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
Dad?
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back?
That's a lot. Oh my
You know it
gosh.
can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
He's not here for her. He's here to help a friend.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
They followed at the end. Well, that's good at least. Too bad it's not like, TikTok and stuff where, like, all my notifications, if they're from the same person, they go under the same thing. You don't have to, like, look through all of them.
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came
Hey,
from.
calm down.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we could ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Alrighty,
Leave the
have
talk
fun,
to the
Jumpy.
We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two.
Hey there.
The Danins among us should probably keep...
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
There's not really any need for a
Whatever
crown
their purpose,
contest.
disrupting their
If there,
siphoning
even if
process
there
alone
was,
won't be
Dohalim would
sufficient.
be the only winner.
Not while we still
Because
don't
he's
know
the
what their
only
end game
lord
is.
left.
He's right. We need to stop this from
Well,
happening
we
ever
think.
again.
The other guy that we thought we
It's
killed, I'm
Forbidden
pretty
Zone,
sure he's
right?
not
We
dead.
find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving.
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so.
Jealous.
As far as we were concerned,
Calm
Lenegis
down.
was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry, that probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zoogles have stopped heeding our commands.
Suppose we're gonna have to
Whatever
fight
did
things
you
here.
do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Calm down, love. Turn it down. Oh, a fancy recipe.
Everything will be okay now.
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out.
Yeah, you all
somewhat,
seem to
too.
be wearing the same clothing here.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent. Which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth. That Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city,
Because she probably brought it out.
weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah. That one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him.
Hey,
If
Jumpy.
that's true, these people
He
are in
left to go
big
get
trouble.
food.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people
know.
have been conditioned.
I love you.
Their belief runs deep.
Love you more.
Nothing happens
You
devoid
won't.
of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course.
But
He
I'm the
rules
sovereign.
from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion.
He does have it. He said yes. Goodness, Jelly.
No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign, though it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganeth Heros.
That's because he's not dead.
Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off limits to everyone but the Sovereign, That seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it.
Jelly, calm down. Hey. You banging on stuff.
With nobody left to run the show, I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld.
But Dohalim was
Only current acting lords have power. Renan,
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganon, now that I think of it. Aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about
Not
the other
today,
lords.
Daddy's go. I know, we will go tomorrow. Hey, I see that it says yes, but we cannot go right now. Daddy has work.
Well, yeah, why would we?
Go tomorrow.
To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed
Yes.
to overthrow. Nothing more.
Tomorrow. One sleep. Okay? Yes. Just one of those things. We're not doing both. You're nuts.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah.
if you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household had, and luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the...
Give me a side quest right now. Side quest. Come on, baby.
It's so cute.
Yeah.
Balsef had...
I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become
Called
buddy
charisma.
mates.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
Called charisma.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation.
Charisma.
Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger
No,
in no time.
no, it's more than
I
that.
would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the
It's
eye
called
of the
charisma.
beholder.
He has charisma,
So there
guys.
is a knack to it. How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all.
I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into
I
Elfin
love
and
Gazar.
Law all of a
Oh my
sudden?
god.
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Oh my god, Kisara. You didn't expect those two dumbasses to take you seriously? They're like peak dumbass. Of course they're gonna take you seriously.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
Literally talking about Dohalim like he's not there, guys.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps
Could have been an act.
biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabeld also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Through power? They literally made a crooked system. Look at Dohalim, he got betrayed because he tried to be kind.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Okay. Ah.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Harros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Falstaff and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't
They
mean...
were raised a certain
I know.
way.
What they did was
Yeah,
horrible.
they did horrible
I'm not
things,
trying to
but
dispute
it was
that.
just part of their upbringing as
But
well.
at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
I mean, are you technically human? You did come from a different planet. I have questions if that technically makes you human. But I guess we're just assuming everyone's human. Just different planets.
I'll hold on to that.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallin, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
What if he's dead?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there
There's
as
probably
there have
only
been
one and they just
contests.
kill the person.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are
Yes.
they? Quite frankly, I'm not
More
even sure.
wheels? Okay, I'll make you some more. You asked so sweetly. Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Please. I'm sorry. You want more food? Huh? Is that what you're asking? You're a booger.
What to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
No chest. Oh, okay. More cutscenes.
So?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
Yeah, the one that was really upset.
Why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already.
That's not quite. Well, kind of.
Nothing to say?
Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit.
In the flashback, it didn't look like he had a choice because he told him to stop.
Either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
That can't be good.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
It's the reason he doesn't like people screaming and crying.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
No killing Dohalim. That's illegal. Pretty sure at this point Kisara doesn't even want to. Like, she was mad at him at first, but she's pretty much forgiven him.
I'll hold on to that.
Oh, I needed that for something? that for? Apparently I needed it for something.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnigan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnigan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, in a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class.
Right?
You really are
I like how he said he didn't do it for a good reason down on Dana, but he's always been that way. Like, he's never applied himself to the social norms.
Friend Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnigan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnigan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnigan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hate...
Why? Yeah?
Made it there eventually. I waited a few minutes.
Yeah.
They're not talking to him, they're not dealing with him, they're not kicking his ass out as managers. Closed.
Yeah.
But they're talking about it, he's all crowd was smoked. I'll talk to you. I'm like, okay, fine. Like, yeah, they're closed up anyway, blah, blah, blah. They didn't deal with him at all.
Of course not.
And then after he was talking to me for a while, that's when he was like,
It was technically right up the street. Yeah. Yeah.
I had to come back in because I felt bad.
Yeah. Poor baby. Yeah.
On that when I got reported.
Yeah. Oh. Bad situations.
Bad situations that I don't need to be involved in.
Yeah.
Hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same.
It's not funny.
I always have good stories. I'm just pissed off when it's happening. I'm like, really? How can I get myself out of this? What are you doing? Funny as shit, I have good stories. I don't need good stories anymore.
Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Your friend would still be dead because if he had become
right.
leader, we would have had to kill him. Girl, he
What
feels
other
bad
lord
for
would have
killing his friend. Become Lord, but we still would have had to kill you. Your friend would have still died.
Digging a little flame
Treated
glass,
me as
though.
you did. Anyone else
Yeah.
and I would have been dead long ago.
His?
This one.
You've saved
Yes, it's a
so
boy.
many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
You've had no practice.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen,
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer.
Yeah. That one. That is a cute shield. I think I'll just aim to get there.
For their assistance.
Look, bad guys finally.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Halt! I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menencia.
I don't care.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one. You picked the wrong fight. Its armor's too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
In a bind? Evil drive! Everlasting darkness! Radiant light!
Hit me in the air. Stop it. Ridiculous.
A chain between heaven and earth.
Knock it out! Eternal devastation! Do it! I'm knocked up!
Holy land! A chain between
Fire support!
lightning!
Far enough! Got a wall now! Can't get out of this! Now! Blow them away!
Now you see what I can do!
I'll tear you apart! I'm ready!
Wind astral energy!
Say no more!
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure.
Really don't know
They
how
just
to
attacked
complain
without
about it.
warning.
Like,
They weren't in the least
Yeah.
bit phased by
What is
Dohalim's
this?
presence either.
yeah.
Indeed.
I was trying to look
They
out for
seem
this
to
one
recognize
way.
us as enemies, nothing more.
I was
And yet,
myself in that
traditionally,
situation.
Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zoogles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Headoverheelsgaming. The ones in blind devotion to
Yeah.
Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Yeah.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
I love you.
Well, with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Hi, Hoodle!
Reflect on thy sins.
Smite with Megasonic Thrust! Eat this!
Shine, radiant light.
I'm on it!
Force of regeneration.
Your reflexes will
not serve you well here.
Megasonic Thrust!
Don't suffer in silence.
In here!
Allow me to help you.
Megasonic Thrust!
Saving this one!
Pierce!
Leave the ensnaring stage.
Yeah! And public to me!
Yeah.
Not on my watch!
Megasonic Thrust!
Yeah. And maybe it could have been a thief or something.
Megasonic Thrust!
Carve through armor!
I'll be training this one!
No further!
Yeah. And he gave him a
25 miles.
Don't do that again.
I'll tear you apart! I'm ready! Follow dance!
Like, I know you can handle yourself, but don't do that.
This one's
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
No backing down!
Megasonic Thrust! It's yours to be let free! Not today!
Inferno! I'm just getting
This one's mine!
Death Blossom!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
I'll tear
Can't get out of this!
Resonate with the earth! Not on my watch!
Severing wind!
Rending you apart!
I'll tear you apart! Armor won't save you! You see what happened there as you crossed me? Shouldn't have done that.
Burn in hell!
Radiant light!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Breath of life! Heal my wounds!
Megasonic thrust! Devastation!
In a vine?
Swallow dance! Severing knife!
Resonate with the earth!
Rondo!
I'll finish you here and now!
Rending you apart!
Bloody howling!
Raging cascade! This one's mine!
Megasonic thrust!
Even the whirling
Yes! I'm not done!
Soaring
Feel the flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Sleep now!
I'll face
Wait,
you!
wait!
This one!
Luna Rondo!
Thunderblast! Too much to handle!
Take this!
No escape!
I can carve through armor!
Ready!
I'll face you!
Try harder! Now! Here I
A
come!
whirling struggle! Handle it! Winds of heaven! Lightning orb! Dance with the wind! Far enough! Air!
I'm on it!
Whirling hurricane!
Brutus.
This one's all
Winds
mine!
of heaven!
Ah!
Cyclone!
Not today!
Dance on the wind!
Luna Rondo! Mirage!
Hit!
Severing wind!
I'm ready!
Double leap! In an instant! Impact cross!
A hard-won victory.
Right, here goes! Engaging! Thrust!
Where are you going?
Pierce!
Tell me, have you ever considered your purpose in life?
Lewis, get it!
Freaking does it!
Dance on the wind!
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll check it out.
Crash you! My Megasonic thrust!
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Breath of life. Heal my weary companion.
Not in your dreams!
Burn in hell!
Divine wind! Carve
Release!
in here!
I'm ready! Did you hear?
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky! Hey! Look at that enemy! It's shining!
Nope, you
Little
don't.
help!
I only have 20s left.
Raging sword!
Swallow dance!
Anything else we're gonna keep this up for exactly?
Now you'll learn!
No further.
Now!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Arcane never fails! In here!
Megasonic thrust!
More than a stockpile!
Burn in hell!
More with action!
Eternal devastation!
Oh wait, no, the doorway in your move hurts me. It feels unfair. I didn't realize that was a thing that would be happening.
Chain between heaven and earth!
Can you take it?
A wailing fancy of lightning!
Pierce! Do it! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Sealed!
Can you take it? I can't get out of this!
Thunderblade! Not on my watch!
Time to cross blade!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy quiver! Holy lamp! Unchained between heaven and earth!
Luna Rondo!
A wailing fancy of lightning!
Ignite
charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
What's this? You're mine! Here! Elusive deity! Eternal devastation! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Benediction light.
Nope, I put everything I have in the ashtray for your room.
Another incantation ruin.
5 and 2 ones.
You pick the wrong fight! Elusive deity!
You're welcome.
Here I come! Escape! Eternal devastation! Can't get out of this!
Confiscated!
It wasn't a big deal.
I'll smash you! What's this?
I know, did I just stream early? Got everything done today?
Ready to go!
Productivity!
Severing wing! Ignite! Heal my weary companion! Can't get out of
No.
this!
No, I need to shoot her when
Now you admit it.
You're the one who finally told me you like short hair. You never told me that.
But I like short hair. Because you were asking me if it would have bugged me if you would have cut your hair short like it.
Said you
I don't
like short hair.
Well, actually, I kind of actually do.
Well, I'll keep it short because it's fascinating.
Yeah, not mine. Back to change. I just need to
Okay.
find cigarettes.
Okay, that's fine.
What happened there is you crossed.
Okay.
In an
Well,
instant!
what did I do?
With this, I can become even stronger.
Thank you.
You're so sweet, Jelly Belly.
Oh, changing. I changed you because she had
Oh.
Spanish.
Daddy was a good helper with that.
No backing down! Here! Super swallow dance!
Here goes! Confiscated!
Megasonic thrust! Eternal
Feel
devastation!
the power rings around us.
Smash you!
In here!
Eat dirt! Heal! Super swallow dance!
I'm on a roll now. More where that came from.
Crush it,
Here's blocking. Light and
Should have messed with me.
Raging cascade.
Megasonic thrust! Eternal devastation! Crush!
Dance in the
Here!
Where you last?
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'll tear you apart!
Yes, sure has.
Stop, Joe.
Stop.
That's where my bad. What?
You're welcome.
Take this!
Raging storm.
You're just blind sometimes, it's fine.
Heal my weary companion! Cure! Here!
Tempest.
Super swallow dance! No escape! Here I come! No escape! Talent storm! Severing! In an instant! Impact block!
Small, but a victory nonetheless. Nonetheless,
Did we not fight you? Why were you not part of the other group?
Coming
What
through.
the fuck, dude?
That's what you should do.
What?
Is make one of your point things. I don't know which one you would take, what you would make. You should do story time with Blue. Because I got a lot of stupid stories to
I haven't
tell.
figured out how to put the drawing tablet, so I can make it that one, like drawing one.
Believe me, I got 40 years of stupid stuff I've been doing.
I love you so much. No. There, that was kind of even.
Got her second thing of wheels.
Yes.
Pull your pants up. You can't be walking around like that on stage.
Take them off at least. Yeah, it's her second thing with wheels.
Hi, Hoodle.
Bring him down! Far enough!
Careful.
Good job, honey. You are so kind. Yeah? Okay,
I'm not gonna climb the tree, I promise you. That is not.
Big head.
Oh, Bear's not either. He just rubs his litter off on it. No, not right now, I'm not. Also, just because I love you.
Resonate with the earth. Dark night. Rising gust. Megasonic thrust.
Ow, 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 ow,
In a vine.
More where that came from.
Pierce. Benediction.
Let the marksman handle this.
Now you see what I can do.
Ready. This one's mine.
I'm just
Here's
make it done.
I've risen.
Severing wing. Heal.
That's spot.
Come and get it. Storm. Pierce. It's on.
Illuminate now.
Mega Kisara. Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclone. On your knees.
Now you going?
Okay.
He's coming. Kid dead. Hey, come on, it's cold. We don't have time for this. Shut the door, just shut the door. She's gonna come back.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
No one goes, so this is gonna leave. Give me your glasses. Wake up, little girl. You're so silly. Yeah, there's food in there for you. Yes, I did it by myself. What? Okay. Goodness gracious, my yelly girl.
Lightning can do this!
You picked the wrong one! They can't get out of this!
Yes.
How much longer will our
What? Okay, well, no more jumping. You won't hurt your foot. How weak is it? Okay. I'm playing a game.
This one's tough!
I'm playing a game. I'm already answered. Are you silly?
I won't show you any mercy! I see one, eh?
Hello, kitty. Thank you for the host. Where are we going? Okay, we're focused. Totally aiming where we need to be aiming. Ah, Jesus Lord. Steps into the whirlwind of death.
See what I can do. That'll bring you down. Now into glue.
Release! Severing wind! Regenerate! Take this!
You shouldn't have messed with me.
We'll just beat the shit out of you. I love it.
No further. Oh, violent darting wind. Leave the target to me. I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous.
Oh, getting the shit beat out of me. Hello. How are you today? I'm about to die. Jesus, don't hurt me. I have no magic. That's what's happening. Cool.
In an instant!
Fuck it. We do this without magic. Cool.
I can feel my power growing!
Oh, thank you. I cut it last night. Thank you. All the ads. Oh no. I should see if I have any more VIP. I think I got more. Hold on, can I do this right here? That way you don't have to watch ads. Is this how this works? I've never done it through here. Ha ha ha! It worked! Which means I do have more of the VIPs. That way, I don't think you have to watch ads if you have VIP, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. Ah, I got my shot city for whatever with. Ugh. That sounds like terrible things to have at the same time. Thankfully, mine didn't happen at the same time. Need some of these. I'm trying to get through here. Honey. I mean, at least you got it done. It's gonna really suck if you get like any symptoms. I didn't have any symptoms. Except having a shit ton of energy.
The entrance to the
and my arm
Forbidden
hurt.
Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was sovereigns only.
Alphen.
I would assume once I open it, it's open. I would also assume that she can get through as a maiden. I would assume that's how that works. Yeah, the second one wasn't that bad. Like, my arm didn't even hurt as much the second time, thankfully. As long as it's not too bad, that's what's good. Wouldn't want it to be really bad.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
I would assume every sovereign from ever can get in.
What the?
Maybe. Making assumptions like I know what the fuck's going on anymore.
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the sovereign and maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what
I am
they're
curious why
gonna
they
force
would
me
make
to do as the
him
sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the
No
maiden is
worries.
not something I wanted. For
I know I
myself.
saw one of them.
But they said Rena's prosperity
And then I saw that you
depended on it.
liked the second one. But yeah, I don't get on for Twitter very often either, because I do everything through my computer, so I don't keep social media up. I check it. Like, I think I check it more often lately because my friend is writing a book, so I'm talking to her on there. But I normally don't check it until, like, when I get up after her school and then after I stream. So I'll check it after I get off. I'm not a very social media person. I check it like twice a day usually, but I'll check it when I'm done.
How could I say no after that?
I also streamed early
Still,
today
as a
because I
remnant,
got
at least you
everything done today. So
But to
productivity.
decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway.
The bond events are out. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking if they weren't out, then it was because they were out in Japan. But that's good that they're out. So you can play it. Yeah. I only get on to talk like certain people, and then I'll sometimes see like posts from friends, and I'm like, I'll read this. I think I have Discord open more often because Discord doesn't crash my computer. Ooh, that sounds fun.
So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this.
I'm sure it's gonna be
We
hilarious.
wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Onto the ground.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them.
And she did keep
Naori.
her word. She sent him back to Dana. That would be interesting. She kept her word though, she got him back to Dana.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alvin was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like
She's
Shion.
too fast.
I'm beginning to see why Alvin was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago, the night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
I love that you
But
called
how
it
is
an
that even
episode.
possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened,
You
it was
yourself
like
onto a
stream
couch,
of
probably.
Danon astral energy
I
rushing
would.
over us.
I felt it too, and not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
I mean, I relate. I just play video games all day too. You did miss me falling more in love with Dohalim, but I'm assuming that you know why I fell more in love with Dohalim. Because, oh my god, I love this man.
We have no way of knowing.
Very relatable.
Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a
He became very emotional and he bore his soul to me. And I'm loving it. Like, I feel bad for him. Because he didn't have to do what he did. Or say anything that he said. And he certainly better not fucking let her kill him. He talked about the person he killed and why he didn't say anything about them cheating to try and win against him. And it was just so Dohalim. Like, it showed that, like, he made friends with a lower class person way before coming to Dana. So it shows that he's always been the kind of person to want equal standing. Yeah, it just made me like him more though, because it's just like he was still very lord about it. He's like, I have to do this. You can't kill me right now. And I'm just like, I can't kill you at all. And Kisara being sweet on him. I like Kisara being sweet with him.
Semblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as
There's
bad.
a reason why the Renans do that to Danans, because that's just how they live life. They do it to their own kind. Why wouldn't they do it to other
I'd like
people?
to liberate them too, if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no
I
telling
used
what could happen
items
in
and
here.
there was literally a spot right... Game! I needed more, but I wouldn't have wasted fucking items. Can you do do this to me? Why are you so mean? Dragon damage. We fight a lot of dragons. Kind of. All of hers are so expensive. Is Volran going to show back up? I know he's not dead. You can't fool me, video game. I know he's not. Are we gonna have to fight that girl? We are, aren't we? You better not kill Dohalim. I will murder you. Do not care if you're possessed.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Is that the Redis Alma? Or is it just a dark spirit core? Okay, that looks fun.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
You can actually wait a second. Hold on.
I've never known Faria to control zoodles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Right? I was gonna say.
Where did she get her hands on
It looked like the Redis Alma, but also just looked like a Dark Master core. So it's hard to tell which one it was.
Take this! Now I'm in the groove!
Oh, Jesus.
Try harder! No dawn will break this night! Eagle Ray! Eat this! I'm just getting started!
This can't be good that you just stand there. There's gotta be something alarming about that.
Can you take it? Megasonic thrust!
A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing empty of lightning.
Here I come!
Another incantation ruined.
I'll be ready to handle it.
Now you see what I can do!
Oh, Jesus.
Let the marksman handle this. Raging action.
He can move way faster than he should be possible. Please don't do that. You just say doesn't hurt twice.
It won't escape me.
No, Halim.
Megasonic thrust! I'll thank you. Megasonic thrust! Eagle Ray! Catapult! Megasonic thrust! Totally! In an instant! Impact cross! Breath of life! Heal my weary
Kill the
I owe you a watch this! By me! It's time! Far enough!
Oh, you're glowing. Oh, you didn't mention it, but I know you were looking for it. Ooh, yay! At least you got it finally. The purple spear of oh my god, teleporting purple spear of death. Well, that's great. Please stop doing that. I don't want any of this.
Take this!
I don't want it. I don't want it.
Shine! Radiant light!
Ooh. Huh. Well, maybe you will. You got the pink one. darkness against a thing that uses darkness, though, Halim. You have wind stuff and earth stuff. Can we please do the things that might work? Those are daddy's. Put them back. Yes, you wait till daddy gets home. Lucky cat and a music box. Ooh.
No further. Ready? Bring you down. I can carve through. We got him on the run.
Don't get cocky.
Right.
He went in as soon as he did that attack. That seemed like a clever thing to be doing. She got way closer than I was expecting with that attack.
Heal my weary companion. Dig and shout. Sure, armor won't save you. You picked the wrong fight. Megasonic, you out of your misery. I'm ready.
Hey, Tempest.
Look sharp.
Without jumping. We have hello neighbors. Still, no jumping. Our mama's gonna have to put that in the closet.
Now it's just her.
Faria, back up, please.
Can you hear me? Faria.
This can't be good.
She's preparing another
It's my
summoning.
lunch.
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Yeah, that's mine.
Forgive me.
Just punch her right in the gut, Jesus. He handled that very smoothly, though.
Man, I thought we were
Alrighty,
governors.
we taste it.
Everything
Can I
okay?
eat my lunch?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please, can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case,
I'll take her off your hands.
you? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think that's how it was. It's like
He
Gray
seems
made
like a
me
good
VIP when I first
hasn't
started
changed.
watching him, and it stopped the ads. It also let me bypass some of the, like, not posting link command things. But then I became a mod and that got fixed anyway. So yeah, maybe they changed it. Oh well, if I have extra ones, I like using them. And you drop by here a lot, so you deserve the VIP. Weird that it doesn't do anything more important. I feel like it should.
He never was one to stand out.
Especially since you have a
Instead-
limited amount. I feel like it should give perks for those that you care about that don't, you know, can't afford a sub. You're welcome.
He was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back.
Except you punched her
And
in
the
the
same
gut.
goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
Don't talk like that.
You're wrong. Kalzalik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnagan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
But I haven't done anything wrong.
You can't atone, Dohalim.
Because you haven't done anything
I know
wrong.
it hurts to hear. But those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living.
Right?
Not for those already passed.
Like, technically,
but for
even
those
with the
still
person
alive.
he killed. Like, from what I got, he fought dirty and was doing dirty tricks just to win. And in the flashback, Dohalim's like, please stop. Like, he gave him warning. He told him to stop after he'd already won. And the guy pursued it. And then, even with Menancia, he could not have possibly known or thought that people would betray him because everything looked really peaceful on the surface. Like he's doing his goddamn best.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve.
Right?
The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Focusing would be good.
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her
I
as
mean,
well.
you did punch her in the I like that. Like, glad we could help her without hurting her. Like, he didn't fucking punch her in the
We're on
stomach.
the same team, right?
That gotta hurt.
Let's move on.
He still fucking
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back.
Maybe if you told her the truth
If
that
that's
her
not playing
fiance
dirty, I
was a
don't know what is.
douchebag.
It does tell us one thing at least.
Hurting or
Someone
not,
over in
you
Lenegis
probably
is
should tell her
watching
the
us.
truth.
Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
That's okay. I'm sure it won't take too long. People will probably jump on that.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
Flashback! Fucking Kaguro. I'm sure Kaguro's will be too. I mean, like, he has a... I don't think he's moved on from his wife, that's for sure. But he could make inappropriate comments, that's likely. Well, there's thorns around them. So this is, I just kind of a theory is that the thorns are genetic in some way. Like, the thorns either came from the sand, like, there's a room full of fucking thorns. Or they're genetic, because you never actually see the two of them touch until she puts the helmet on anyway.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like...
Ooh, that would be cool.
It's alive.
Daddy with Calm Daddy? There's the thorns, okay. So the ceremony calls the thorns. Or they were already in her. They were already in her, so it's a genetic thing. I was correct. They're already in her. And the maiden stuff was holding them back. I know. Yeah, they said that she is Shion's ancestor. I just wasn't sure if the thorns were a Shion thing, but I was assuming they weren't. Because it would be weird that the whole thing that they talked about earlier is the thorns want to take over and kill everything. So I'm guessing the experiments they did on her unlocked the thorns and then they passed down to Shion. And whatever his shit was, I don't know if that was a reaction to the thorns? Who knows? He's special boy too.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole
Also, was
world
that the
seconds
purpose of
from-
the ceremony?
Oblivion.
Like, was that the actual purpose of the ceremony? Or was that a side effect? Yeah. Yeah, it was hard to tell because they've only shown clips of the previous maiden, but it seems like it was kind of a... he trusted her because she reached out to him, kind of liking. Like, liking because she was the first person to show him kindness. Where Shion, he's actually grown to like her in a different way because they've had more time together. Like, I think they said the night before the ceremony was the first time he talked to the maiden. So it probably was just like a kind, like she was kind to him kind of thing. Where Shion's had more time.
The same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything
Now,
else.
was this the point of the ceremony is the question.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
Da 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 da.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns.
That's exactly
If
her
they're what's
thorns.
responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even
It could be a caffeine thing.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience.
But what if they already
If so,
were? Welcome back, Jumpy!
Maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I'm addicted, it's too late for me.
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right?
He went to get food.
And if that's what's been showing us these visions, I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say
Oh my god,
that for
that's a
sure.
long time. I went to McDonald's today and it took like 5
Squabbling
minutes.
over theories will get us nowhere.
Ooh, yummy. We all went
Let's
to
keep moving.
fast food today.
If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right.
At least you're full though.
All we
That's
can
always
do is
good.
keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
Oh, that sucks.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier.
The R's aren't allowed to close down lanes? They had one person doing both boxes, so she rushed the fuck out of me.
Understand what the thorns
She's like, what do you want?
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
Oh no.
We still don't know how to get rid
We're
of
just
them.
automatically walking.
I just
Okay.
hope we can find a way.
Okay.
Soon, we might very have to be ready to face anything.
The only way is forward!
I'm determined to save Shion and...
Are we at the end of the game? Giving me a choice to turn back
vision
usually
we
means
saw.
end of game.
It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. Like seeing dead people,
that sucks.
messages from beyond the grave, ghosts.
They really should, the way they should do it, the way we do it here, is if they do have to close a lane, which they're not allowed to do at most of our stores, is they put it behind the last car. Because you can't just cut off people at the beginning of a line. You have to go to the end of the line and just deal with it. But we also normally have one person doing both lanes, like taking orders for both lanes, so... Oh no! It didn't sound like they were giving you a good time.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers.
Maybe they're just being difficult.
I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there.
Okay.
I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
That was a tough visit to McDonald's. Oh my god.
This looks like some kind of research facility.
That really sucks, Jesus.
The laboratory
the hardest
secreted away in
time.
the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out.
It's too
Might
complex.
give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place.
We don't even know if the
themselves.
Sovereign's still alive.
Did no one ever talk about it
Because
when
we
you were
don't
growing
see
up?
them.
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it.
I do have one question. They said earlier that they're all human, but they're from different planets. And usually in games, if you're from a different planet, you're not human. So I'm very curious about that background. Because if they're both human, why the fuck are they enslaving each other? Like, get over yourselves. My god. I mean, they
Dreams
enslave
of
their
them
own people,
dating
so
back
they're just
hundreds of
shitty, but...
years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Alphen.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the master course. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines.
To be
So
fair,
much
to be
here.
fair. Scarlet Nexus did that too, where I thought the ending was way too fucking long. I figured this was the ending. We'll see if I finish it today. I kind of want to finish it today. But yeah, it did seem like this does seem very endgame.
To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait,
What is it? Did you find something?
it's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed
Just go
here.
earlier next time.
Hundreds
That might be a
even.
good idea.
All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful.
Me.
Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name,
Alphen. So when I said earlier, I thought he was he was made to be Renan. Was I fucking correct? He's not Danon. He's made up of astral energy. That's what they said. It literally said those that were made sovereign were made up of focused astral energy. So he's not Danon then. He's not Danon or Renan, but he's made to be a Renan and Danon ruler. They said he's made to look like a Danon central thing. Was I correct? Did I fucking predict this? That was one of my theories. Damn it. I'm so smart, guys.
They re-engineered me. Right here.
Re-engineered, okay. Am I right?
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
I'm always surprised when I get the plot right, but then it shouldn't be at this
Subject
point.
number 10105. Ethnicity NA.
The bad guy,
Unique
right?
Adjustment Index Generation NA. Given name Volron.
Volron?
They're immortal. They're immortal because they're made of astral energy. So Alphen maybe doesn't remember. The ship didn't keep him alive. He just is alive. Either they're immortal or Volron was made way, way later. Yeah. Well, they said in the beginning, what they said on the thing, no ethnicity, but maybe they just don't consider that an ethnicity? And that's how it ends. We're gonna fight Volran. We're gonna kick his ass. We're gonna liberate Lenegis. Maybe blow up Rena. Maybe they don't consider being Danon an ethnicity. Maybe that's why they say ethnicity NA. I would have assumed Danon was their ethnicity, but maybe they don't. That's not an ethnicity for them. Maybe that's just like... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is maybe I would have assumed that Rena and Dana is an ethnicity, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's something else. See, to me it would have been ethnicity, but I guess not. So that's what was getting me, because they kept saying no ethnicity. But now the thing is, are they immortal, or was Rolran just made later? I assume they're kind of immortal, because he did stay in a fucking sleep for 300 years. It's not a plot twist.
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
But when did he get made that way, is the question.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records.
Bro, so they're still doing the experiments? Okay, they're not immortal.
On whom the experiment was a success.
That's what they, but that, I don't think they would be, because they said it earlier. I literally asked why. Because Shion said it. She's like, we're all human. So if that would be the species, human. That's why I'm confused. Why they're all human, but they come from different planets. Okay. Yeah, because they mentioned we're all human, but it would make sense if Danon was like its own species. Confusing. Maybe breeds.
But what about the winners of the crown contest? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned?
Nah, they probably just murdered.
Upon victory, the sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of
Or
their
they were
days
probably
on
experimented on and then they died
Rena.
on
So we were
Rena.
told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 sovereigns.
Not
neither of
really.
whom had anything
There
to
hasn't
do
been
with
any
the
owl
crown
stuff.
contest.
I don't think so. We haven't been to Rena yet. Maybe everything we find out is on Rena.
It's all lies, including the part about the sovereign residing in Rena.
Okay, alright.
The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
Gathering astral energy for a purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the sovereign, then who was it?
I assume Volren's been in charge for a
Contests
bit.
have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining.
So we know that Shion is an ancestor, a descendant, but is the maiden, the original maiden, actually even dead? I would assume it has to be someone along those lines.
That lie.
Or Volren.
The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
Or the lady in red. We're talking about the lady in red.
The Red Woman?
She's behind it all.
It's possible. But that doesn't
Did you see her
necessarily mean
creepy
she's
bug
the
eyes?
mastermind
She
behind
could be
this
immortal.
scheme.
Everyone's immortal.
She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Ren and homeworld.
Volren. Just saying.
Either way, it's fair to say
I'm
she's
literally
definitely
saying that they
involved.
didn't tell you when Volren became sovereign. So he could have been doing this for a long time. And just decided to go play on Danon for a little bit.
Somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately.
So we go to Rena.
I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
Go close enough.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain...
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way?
I like
Or
the
could
rabbit
there be
ears
some
though.
other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed
Why?
by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Master quarters. Elements. That's always good. Funny stuff's good. Always good. Lords. It is not allowed for someone to turn down being a lord. So that's why he had no choice but to fight his friend. Like, his friend wanted to be a lord, but Dohalim didn't really want to. He didn't have the ability to turn it down. Strong distaste for following orders. It's not allowed. He is a better lord. He's a kind sweetie. Yep. Okay. Guys is serving as a lord. What's the plan? He's R2. Okay, get over here. This is the mask he was wearing. They only made one, it looks like. Do these have anything down here? Oh, they do. Okay. Final stages of the ceremony. So the ceremony is being done still. Walk around, please. Okay, so they are Danon subjects. So weird that they didn't consider that an ethnicity. Mental instability. Because the thorns came out, you consider that mental instability? I think it was a bit more than that. Okay, so she went back home, which is why Shion exists. Was everything? Oh, no, it's not. Did any of those other ones have that? Oh, it's just a table. Okay, I think we're good. I think there's anything else. More flashbacks! That's the mask.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill.
Even though they took your status away?
I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
What were you trying to do?
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell. His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system.
That's why he couldn't feel pain.
But... if I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Elfin. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance...
I appreciate, like, that everything was falling to hell and she still remembered her promise. Like, she could have just abandoned him, but she
I hope
didn't.
it's enough. Please, live for me, Elfin. That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah.
Yeah, Naori.
If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
And you're just fine. We're fine. Yeah, go back this way.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course.
Gosh, I just knocked that over.
After 300 years, this is where it was held. The
Good job, baby.
ceremony.
Glad you're having fun.
This is where the Lenegis Alma was.
Okay. Yes, on top of a box.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renaissance Alma isn't here.
Yep, you're under the table.
Where's the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Where are we going? Not the last room? Oh, we just magically opened it. Okay.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day,
Oh, be careful.
I shut away inside of myself
you are.
the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future
you
have grown
are.
more and more fearsome. Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly
Good
to
job.
us.
Good job.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told.
Yes.
As sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth and give shape to the strength inside.
A little bit. There was a little bit. Not very much, though.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
Because of me? Or Volran. Is Volran also linked?
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first.
With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me.
Curious question. I know it's very dark, but why did she pass it along? Would death not have kept it buried inside of her? I guess maybe not, but seems like the logical way to approach it instead of passing it on to kids.
I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What if she is the Danon voice? Just saying. Theory to throw out there. Yay, we're glowing. That's wonderful. Oh, yay, the pretty clothes.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
You just saw a vision
That's
of
right.
her. You should know this.
These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do.
Is that Margaret?
We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
You should look it up and find out.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Grinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to
I mean,
stop
I don't really
Oblivion.
pay attention to voice
You
actors
paid a
very
heavy
often,
price
except
for it, and then
except
fell
specific
asleep for
ones.
300 years. The reason you lost
Hi.
your memories.
No more. You don't
Is
need
the
any of
reason
that.
for your curse.
The thorns.
Ah, okay.
It all leads
There's
back
also
to
like 12 Makotos, okay? Every time you say Makoto, there's like 12 characters with that name.
Wait, Mama.
Wait, baby, I'm putting it away.
Wait.
Hurry up! Be quick about it!
This one.
Put it in there. No, there's not.
Like this.
There's more than that. Persona 3 as well. Well, his is an A, but still. Actually, so is Persona 5. Hers is also Makoto. With like an A. Yes! What? I will, I'll be careful. But he still is canonly in the fucking manga. Yes! I will, baby. I will be careful, dude. Chill. And also, Majima's girlfriend is Makoto. Yeah, it's usually an A, strangely enough, but Majima's girlfriend also has the name Makoto in Zero. And then I think there's another book that I've read with that name. Well, it still is, and I named another one. Yakuza!
Like that.
Yes, like that. I know the box is there, you silly goob. I'm not blind. I didn't say 12. Okay, well, there's the A one, I think, for the other two as well. I believe... It might be right for Yakuza's, too. I can't remember how her name is spelled. There's a Makoto in a couple things that I've played and read and watched. Hey, Jolly, let him sleep, baby. He's still sleepy. Kitties sleep during the day.
Once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my
he's
thorns
fine,
are gone,
baby.
I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved
Punching Law in the
snack,
face. She really wants to punch
embracing
Law.
everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Adorable.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
So they should all be equipped already then. I shouldn't have to go change
Sounds
anything.
like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the
I just
hero,
want to know what
all
the
right.
original purpose
A
was. It
truly
was to
caring
connect him to
person.
Lenegis, but
It's
why?
as if walls meant nothing to her. The one separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Which one? This one. Alrighty, welcome back. This means this would lead to Rena.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
Or we'll go to Rena and do that. I don't know. I don't know
After
what's
everything
happening.
we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
Oh, you're welcome.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Another one of these rooms, these places with the weird, gross, spiky things. Love it.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place, it reminds me more of being back inside the wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago, or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends.
Where he thought, I don't know where I thought he was going with that conversation.
Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
At least you two are having fun.
Volron!
I think he was rubbing his head, but with the horns it looked weird.
There's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself.
Well, they said the sovereign is connected to the city. Yeah, Volharan. How do you say his name?
Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
The thorn?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy.
Alrighty. Cool.
That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
I like how you guys are gonna just walk up like you could take it.
Not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
I'm assuming they are the vines? Hello. Well, you look fun. I think I like the bug-eyed look better, though.
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we
Wireless controller is low! Oh no! This seems like an important fight. We should plug the controller in. Renovation, oh goodness. What are those? Ow, those hurt. Ow, okay, they hurt, thank you. I like chakrams. I don't like your chakrams. Can you please not do that? Ow, Jesus fucking Christ. Maybe a nationality. That could explain it. Alrighty. Take it. I've been taking it. do theirs. I don't know why only his triggers.
Take this!
A wailing density of lightning!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on benediction light! Megasonic thrust! Here and now! Eternal devastation!
Glitch the game. I mean, I've seen the two of theirs start up, but they never actually finish them. It's so weird. Like, I've seen Rinwell's start, and I've seen Dohalim's start, but they've never actually done the special technique that goes with it.
Take this!
Maybe. Come on, Dohalim. Healing would be good, buddy. Well, I think we're doing pretty good. The health bar is halfway down. So maybe we can. Maybe I'm just that talented. That hurt! It began very well, it just doesn't finish. Cool! Please heal me! Thank you.
I need something.
You need to be healed.
How the mighty have fallen.
We did the go back to the dodgy nonsense.
Where are you going?
Maybe. I mean, we're almost we're a little bit past halfway done with the health bar.
In a bind, don't suffer in silence.
Well, here's mine. She uses the same attack in repetition. Do some dodging until I get healed. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dohalim. Oh my god. That was almost on my health. Oh my god. Oh my god, please. Oh my god. Oh my. People are dead. When did that happen? Oh my god, I'm in a bad place. Heal us, please. Oh my lord. Please, faster healing. Or don't. It's cool. It's totally cool if we don't heal everyone. Ah, Renwell, you couldn't have waited 2 fucking seconds? Bring her back, please. Anytime you want to do that.
In a bind.
No, things keep hitting me in the booty. Stop it. Oh my lord, come back. Ow! Oh my god, death. Death. Please help me. It's fine. I did it while I was dead. It's cool. I finished that fight while I was on the ground. I love it. Dohalim healed me as soon as we finished the fight.
Surrender. Fighting is useless now. Do you think it's really over?
Ancestral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
I mean, it was useful.
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
Ow.
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Boom.
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally.
Win is a win, that's fair.
After all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Yeah.
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really?
I'd already finished it once on stream.
We
I'm just
already
playing
know
it for
the title
fun.
of sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Dana. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boran was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that
I won't
right?
remember that.
Volron.
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is
I mean,
rightfully
I figured
mine,
that out
starting
already.
with this.
That was pretty obvious.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Yeah, because they said only Danans could become sovereigns, and Renans were the only ones that could become
Don't do it!
maidens. Well, yay.
It's too late. We can't stay here.
We need to go.
You okay? Okay. Yeah. Jump, girl. We'll catch you. Hurt like hell, but we're gonna catch ya. Law looks ready to catch her like this bitch could do anything. He would pass the fuck out instantly. Law, step the fuck back. Law moving forward like this was the stupidest thing he's done. You can't touch her, Law.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
You eat everything you say.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Yeah, I think I said.
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
He's just kind of a dummy.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't remember. Yeah, we just know he's dumb.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they
Imagine
look
that.
perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalu? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Sorry, but not sorry. I hate when you don't let me just leave. I want to take the long way back. Doing the plot. I mean, most of there wasn't really enemies in most of these rounds. But still, obnoxious. I mean, I'm only a little sorry. He still deserves it. He's still being silly. As quick as possible. Doesn't look like they put the enemies back. Oh, they did. Never mind. Can I just...
No backing down! You've got spirit! Try harder! Now! You're mine! Megasonic thrust!
That makes me feel nice.
Engage it! You're finished!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Carve, yeah! And the pummeling
No
to
further.
me!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Eat this!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Shine! Radiant light!
Raging storm!
I've used too much.
I know, we don't have a lot of magic left. But I'm not using a goddamn item right now.
Here goes! Not in your dreams!
Elusive deity! Burn in hell! Abort! Mission! Megasonic speed! Eternal devastation! Can you take it? I'm ready!
Such a huge mix of things.
My exploits
That's
are
just fine.
bearing fruit.
I mean, they did get rid of most of the monsters, because there were way more than this. No, having to fight it all. Please. I don't want to do the plot. I have to fight you guys.
Little help!
Megasonic thrust!
In a bind?
Lightning orb! Super lightning condemned!
It's
I'm
ready!
ready! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Lightning condemned!
Piss on!
Illuminate the dark! Come
It's too fast!
One step back. I'll trip it up.
between heaven and earth!
Not today!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
I'm on a roll now!
You know exactly what it's called.
Too much.
I'll be saving this one!
Are you that excited though? Are you really? I don't think that you are.
Talent Hurricane! Take this! Megasonic thrust! Eternal devastation!
Ouch! Can I get a little healing over here?
Alas, we appear to be out at present.
Are we? Or did you just lie to him? Oh, we are out. It's fine. We don't need it that bad. I'm not wasting my goddamn fucking items.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is...
Me.
Very well, then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
He's just like, I don't have a choice.
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over?
That was Sarah's voice. That was definitely Sarah's voice.
What's going to happen to all of us?
She has such a familiar voice.
Heed me now, fellow remnants of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldamen and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown.
That voice sounded like Sarah, though.
Your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced...
I mean, I guess I kind of knew that because, Toru talks in that way, too. The high-pitched voice where she takes deep breaths. She has that, like, specific voice where she sounds like she's inhaling all the time. But it's only used for, like, her, like, gentle characters, which is only 2 of them.
I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among men. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Yeah, that's interesting, because normally she does the soft, gentle voice for, like, soft, gentle characters. And then she does her deeper voice. Oh, to Haru's? Oh. I thought you meant Laura. I've only heard her in a couple things.
Your speech seems
She
to have
normally
done the
plays.
trick. Looks like the city won't be
My
the same
favorite
under
voice she's done is Black Cat, though.
chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
what you said earlier about the Sovereign possibly not even existing. Was it true?
She does.
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been.
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes...
Yeah. The thing is, she can. She can. If you look up Black Cat for Spider-Man, she has a deep sex voice for that whole fucking game. Like, she is capable of it. If you even just look up Final Fantasy VII, like, her voice is a lighter lit, but it's still very, like, it's still got the I'm sex goddess voice. She's perfectly capable. Oh, not Black Cat. Never mind. That's Futaba. I don't know why I thought we were talking about Futaba. Not Futaba. We were talking about Haru. In Neo, she has the sex voice, though. Yeah. No, but Neo, she does a good sex voice. Haru's voice actress does. I know because Jumpy likes her in Neo.
I'm doing good.
I'm glad. I'm glad you're doing good. Play a game, go ahead. Huh?
Sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society?
But yeah,
How can we
Haru's
live
voice
without someone
in
to
Neo was the only one that I've heard that's different, but I've only heard her in 2 games, so...
guide us?
I'd say we found someone
Ooh.
capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
Everyone looks to Dohalim.
You? You can't...
She did. She voiced the sexy lady that Jumpy likes. Yeah. Like, you could still tell it was her, but her voice wasn't as high-pitched as it normally is.
Be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader, the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose
With
to
kindness.
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
Okay, don't base the whole town off of
When I
that.
bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different.
That's a good thing.
I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Tarnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
Let's go to Rena. It's Rena. Names.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence
I know
beyond
you love it.
Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Yeah, I like people that can do that. I mean, fucking Xander Mobius with his fucking creepy-ass voice in Neo. I was so mad that he chose to do that voice. Broadcasting thing. That would actually be probably useful.
Looks like the people of
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values.
Forced to be a lord when he didn't want
Resigned
to? I
being
mean,
swept
that's...
along, without the resolve to take a stand.
It does fall
And
into
when
that
I realized
category.
The severity of my mistake.
He just was
all I
better
longed
off,
for was
but he still
punishment.
didn't have the life he
A lord.
wanted.
And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
Doing fine, buddy.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Now that I cut my hair, though, if I do it right, I can do Dohalims if I dye it red again. But that's not gonna happen for a while because I cut it for a reason. I'd have to cut these. I don't know how he sees past the fucking bangs in his face. Ah. Down. That's for mommy. What are you looking for? I don't know how he sees past the bangs in his face. Boy. Walk? I'm lazy.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, He's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that.
I would.
All this has made me realize
I'm curious of the
I can't allow
expression.
myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
I need to get my magic back. Go anywhere. I've spent so much money. I got an achievement for spending so much money. Dohalim's the megafauna bone. No! Use other stuff. I'm not gonna talk about the voice actors in my review of the game. That wouldn't make sense.
Did we really just spend that?
Fine. Oh, we haven't cooked in a while.
This is a true masterpiece, no less than culinary
I
art.
did the wink! He hasn't done the wink since the beginning. No, it's not! Hey. I hate that the game's gonna make me walk manually all the way back to the goddamn ship. Still making me manually fucking walk. Duh. Careful. I'm fine. And I said be careful. Mmm.
thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix, too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
Yes, we are prepared. Ready.
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Well, hello. Well, that's great. Doing silly girl. I'll be right back.
Damn! The hell just happened?
He teleported us.
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Well, Rena isn't really a planet anymore. Well, I guess that explains why they came to Dana in the first place. Oh no. That can't be great. Dana is technically Earth. The other planet is Rena. Dana looks close enough to Earth. This is fun. What's happening is fun.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
It's interesting.
The flower of oblivion.
House of a Rose.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down. You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Well, yay, we went right back where we wanted to. Kind of. Or is this not Lenegis?
We managed to get moving.
It looked
but
like Lenegis.
Where are we?
It's not, though.
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever.
Right?
Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't
Well,
be.
at least she's out of her shell
But either
more.
way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming
They're
out
all
of
being
it?
so sweet to her now.
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the...
They do. Yeah, now that she's not a punk, she's okay.
Oh. Yeah, what the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games,
That was so awkward.
Come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Me too. They did really good on that. Or him being annoyed when you jump off of things.
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We were kind of teleported.
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great
Yes.
Spirit have deemed you.
Okay, hold on. You're gonna need your glasses. Where are you going? Oh.
You crazy?
Why are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I'm not. I'm not crazy, so I can't answer. 'Cause I love you.
Why? Why?
Because I wanted to have a baby.
What?
I can't give you more reasons than this.
Why?
I've given you all the reasons I can. Here's, oh my god.
Ow!
Sorry, I had to. You're being weird.
You on
No, I'm good. Not.
All to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
I was scared.
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Thank you for the host.
Oh, goody. More riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
Playing a game. What are you doing?
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil.
Because I want to.
The
Jelly,
red women
stop.
you encountered.
I'm not playing that game. I said so. Jelly, go away. Okay, no, I'm not playing that.
Previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
That sounds familiar. That clip.
You are on Date Phasal, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The great astral spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the great spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling
Thanks,
your
Twitch.
minds?
Gotta love
Wait
it.
a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegis. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Yes, you Jumpy.
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renis Alma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrect 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I knew that was coming.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
Fucked.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
But he might not be the only Rena or other thing.
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
The others would be, like, maybe he took Renans and Danans with him?
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrek 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Renans. Yeah, like I said, there's people.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have.
Is there any possibility that there is no such thing as Renans and Danans? That Renans just people with higher astral abilities that got pulled and they're all one race of people? Because it seems likely.
Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrek 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Probably, with that kind of voice.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been.
Oh, fun.
We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
His name was Zephyr, you're right.
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously.
But
Do
why
they
only
employ an
Renans?
astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
I fucking said it. The reason, so this is the whole thing, is they've all been humans all along, which is why they say it like that they're humans. So basically the whole thing is just Danans, and it was probably Danans that fought other Danans, and then the, like, winners, or whoever was strongest, became Renans.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Which is, see, now it makes more sense where they said, hey, we're both human. We should all get along because we're human, because they are literally the same race. They're all Danans. Yeah, the Renans are basically all the alien stuff. Rena's just a planet. It never actually had people. It made people to serve its purpose.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity
That's
for
what I was
astral
thinking.
arts and proceeded from there.
So they did exactly what I said they would, or thought they did, which is they took ones with higher power and they just made them Renans.
That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
So they're all the same.
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology
Yeah, they
is
basically
truly
took all the
amazing.
ones and made
The
them
way they
Renans,
alter
but they're
their
not
bodies
different.
is far less invasive than
Just
your conventional
one can use magic and one
surgeries.
can't.
They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance.
No, they did the Renans a favor. The people that they took and made Renans, that's a favor for. And it's not a favor for anyone else.
If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Headoverheelsgaming are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about
Not a
everything
big
worth
deal.
knowing.
Not a big deal that we've been enslaving our own people.
Thanks for filling us in.
Which isn't beyond human behavior as it is.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Probably not, guys.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Headoverheelsgaming that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types.
I mean, I guess if they've been going to sleep in
amend that,
hibernation and
we
just
set our sights on
watching
Dana
events
and
unfold.
implemented a system whereby we could extract
sense.
energy from it.
And the crown contest
I don't
began.
know. I don't know,
Correct.
Jumpy. I can't help you
Since
with
the
that
Maiden
one.
had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing.
That
That's
doesn't
the
mean
physical
anything. Yeah, my
manifestation of all
memory
the
is not
astral energy
that
that's
great.
been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevricht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
Because I don't remember them. I only remember
It
the ones
is.
I've watched.
I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Headoverheelsgaming, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, Everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't
They don't
directly
remember any of
control the
those. Maybe
Renans as
Death
well
Note, because I've
is
watched
likely
Death
because
Note.
they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds
No,
good.
you're fine. You don't
Let's
have
go
to
find
talk all the time. If you just want to watch and be quiet, that's okay.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means
I
we've
have
lost
no
our
idea.
foothold for now. That's all.
Doesn't sound like anything I've
Really?
heard of.
Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Happy bottles, that's... Oh, I have new art. I didn't even look at that.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is
Yeah,
like a
you're
huge
fine. You just do
natural
whatever you need to.
disaster,
It's not a big deal.
but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hell-bent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans?
Don't worry about it. It doesn't annoy us.
At the end of the day, the Helganquil
You're
and
good.
the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small
Some people
task.
might once they realize we're all the
They can't pretend
same.
like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
But it also might make them
Right.
more distrustful of their
Everybody
own
has
people.
their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dan and mages like my family were persecuted and died out.
That's right, because
And
they basically killed off all magic for Danans. So her magic isn't any different than Renan magic at all.
Oh, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that.
I mean, yeah, it'll go back to how things
Danans
used to
probably
be.
won't be so quick to let their guards down.
You're still gonna
And
fight.
there might be
Like,
Renans
they're
who
still gonna
still
fight
act
amongst
superior-
themselves. It's not gonna matter if they all know they're Danas or not, because Dana had wars before Rena started separating them.
Because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an
like,
easy
it makes
thing
sense.
to overcome.
Yeah.
They're just all Danans. And, like, I can accept that they can't just stop saying Renans now that they know, because it's the easiest way to separate it. Renans are basically the just ones that are strong in magic. That's basically the only difference.
I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart.
And there
once
was
you let it
wars
in.
way before.
But even so,
they became
I was still able to
Renans.
change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy
Basically,
our entire
yeah.
planet?
Basically, the
Now that you mention
Danas are not allowed to have magic. Anytime they find families with magic, they kill them. Which is why she was hunted down. Rinwell's family was hunted down. And the Renans are... The thing I don't get is the glowing eyes. Rinwell doesn't have glowing eyes. Is that something that was genetically added to make them specialer? Because that was the big thing they said at the beginning of the game, is Renans have glowing eyes. But Rinwell uses the same magic and doesn't. So I'm wondering if that was something added to make them seem different. When really they're the same people.
Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dan is still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
But all Renans have. That's not it, you know it. I'm not even gonna go into it.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I mean, that's fair.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Sounds good. Talk to Dohelium, which I... stressful.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only blazing sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Adorable.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah, I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, and it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy.
Oh my
one
goodness.
type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Makes sense.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the great astral spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
Hey, baby. Oh, so much.
Our minds are made up.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they
Sally,
think
what are you
we
doing?
are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
I'm playing a game. What are
Worst
you
comes to
doing?
worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Wait, I'll give it to you.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do
Looks
that?
like it melted a bit.
You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the great spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit.
But that means there's
It
others.
is therefore our
What
most
are other
reliable
options?
option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it.
They're not in charge of
This
us,
uncertainty
asshole.
is simply too great.
Ooh,
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
We could just lie to you.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that
yeah,
even if
pumpkin's
we
good
manage
for
to
kitty
beat the
cats,
Great
as long as
Spirit
it's like pure
without
pumpkin
destroying
stuff.
it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us.
Hopefully that helps a lot.
We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my...
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe, but with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy.
That's good. At least
If
we'll
it
get
has
to
the
the vet.
capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
Yeah, actual pumpkin might be better.
Right.
You'll be my girl.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead.
That's the last sweet for tonight.
Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
And I'm
I'm
having
sure
one of
you'll
them.
do great.
Huh? And I'm having
Now
one.
that I think
Look
about
at the
it,
other one.
I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike.
Start small, Dohalim.
Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person,
Also,
maybe
you assume
we'll
all
find better
Danans
luck
get
among
along
their
with each
friends.
other, and all Renans.
If we can build a society that works like that,
It's already a thing to
that'll
butt
be something
heads.
worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright. To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy.
Oh,
Though,
thank you.
that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind.
They're so cute.
Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
You two can bang at any point. I'm just saying.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
I think she wants to bang the boy.
If everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle.
Oh yeah, they for sure are.
So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
Cute.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right?
Her
You
persona
trust it, Ringo,
evolves.
and that's enough for
Goodness.
me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Hevrick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for.
Being smart right
That's
now.
who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind.
Boy, crushing on her hard.
Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
That's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Yo. Can we get a Shion moment?
Are you sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind.
It's fine though.
Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you
Laughing
doing,
scenes are
Shion?
good if they're cute like that.
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day,
Yeah, of course he's not gonna
wouldn't
tell
have
her he
met all
likes
of you.
her.
I
That
never
would've been
would have held the
cute.
blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen, I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat To our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very
Ouchie.
end.
Oh no.
I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
Oh, her smile's so pretty.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
You still do it without hesitation.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone.
They're so cute. He was about to tell her how he felt.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great
He
Spirit,
totally was.
and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
How much longer is this? I feel like it shouldn't be too much longer,
let's
but at
go,
the same
everybody.
time.
We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
Whatever.
It's possible that the Red Women may
Thank
have found
goodness.
a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
He's like, let them have their moment.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
Persistence.
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
Called human. It's being human.
It's hard to explain. To be honest,
Can't
I don't
predict
think
life.
It's something
It's
an
not actually
observer
possible.
could understand. All right,
Just called being
time to
human.
get back on the Fall Knights.
Come on. I was guessing this. Oh my, why would you put a new quest? After I came. That quest didn't show up until after I got here. That's annoying. Why would you do that? I'm ignoring it because I can't leave anyway. But that's annoying. Why would you put a quest at the part of the game that you can't leave? Why would you do that?
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come
I'm sure
from?
their original planet didn't look this bad before.
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything.
I'm sure the planet
entire
back
planet.
before the Great Spirit took over was just fine, but now it's all dead.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past.
Like the
This is
Final
all that
Fantasy
will
X
remain.
stuff with all the
So the
statues.
Great Spirit took everything. It stole
Looks like
energy not
Xanarkand.
just from
We're in
living beings,
Xanarkand,
but
guys.
the
Did
land,
you know that?
the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, That's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
No. Oh.
So this is Rena.
Now you could leave. I'm not going. This is the end of the game. You should have told me about those earlier.
This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
You want to jump in dead goop. Let's not do that.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are.
This place it's dead bodies, Law.
Looks like we're not going
Dead
to be
body
hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
That's really gross, buddy. Think about what you're doing.
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
What does it sound like?
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different as someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then
probably this week. Yeah, I don't think today, maybe, because I don't know. I don't want to sit that much longer.
It becomes second nature.
But definitely this
That's
week.
Where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
are all just ways back. No, I will be finishing the game this week. There's no doubt about it. I definitely will be finishing it.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Bye, your girlfriend.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu?
Jesus.
Because I was thinking, maybe meat.
Get him, Hoodle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle.
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all
Language
of my
law.
years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Well, Oh, hello. There they are.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here.
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
I'll take you all on. My turn.
Strike. Ready to go.
Arctic waterfall!
A wall of shield from Polaris.
Megas of flame inside me. You're to be let free. Ignite.
Whirlwind snap.
Concentration! I can do this all
The
day!
enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
Elusive steam. Storm. Hitting pile driver.
Pierce.
Did you dodge out of it, please? Jesus.
Here goes!
Now you see what I can all finish you here and now. Off my begin.
Eternal devastation.
Radiant
Feel
blow.
it now.
Of regeneration.
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix cyclone.
Dance in the wind!
Radiant light.
Air
Pulse of
thrust!
regeneration. Regenerate.
Bring it home quick, guys!
What she said. Eyes on the prize.
You picked the wrong
Don't
fight.
get yourself. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
My afterlife dance is confiscated!
Negative
Here goes! Illuminate the
Eternal
dark!
devastation.
Do it! Holy land!
In an instant. Impact clock. We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
I'll end you.
Dance in the wind!
Elusive deity. Rotating pile driver.
Win. I'm ready.
Come on, a roll, Nick.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Alphen,
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danon slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to...
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
My
If they
game?
had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or
Yes.
rather,
Playing my
was
game.
that the only use the Great Spirit let them use
I
their
am.
capabilities for?
This? Yes, this. I'm watching both.
We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil.
Good job.
Looks like this place really is their home planet.
That's
the true
good.
citizens of Rena.
Me too.
What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, Well, I get that it's impressive and all. I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Looks like trouble with capital T. Together, we've got this! Eternal devastation! Come one, come all! A wall to shield Thanks!
Anything in order is on!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and bubbling to me!
Ignite!
Bloody howling!
Trapped and ready! Wind astral energy!
Eternal devastation! Here! Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Shut!
Well done!
Now, my weary companion! Crush! Cure! Eternal devastation! Crush! Megasonic thrust!
Super swallow dance!
Looks like we won.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Shion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
Like the
What did he
saying.
say? He said, without a doubt.
Quite the saying, but I'll give it to you.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Swallow dance! Eternal devastation! No
These
further!
things really get on my nerves.
Now it's his
Not on
time!
my watch.
You got flyers?
I've got it. Let him march from him.
Bloody hell! All yours!
I'm like bait to them.
Eternal devastation!
Yeah. Probably. They probably changed some stuff.
Now you see what I can do!
Megasonic thrust!
I never fit. Oh, violent guarding wind.
Victory is within reach.
Enemies in. Dig deep, and we can do this.
Something further, little one.
In here. I'll be
Resonate with the
safe.
earth! Crush!
Stalagmite.
Strike!
Ready to go.
Far enough!
Engage in the wind.
Ignite!
Sleep now.
Eternal devastation! Crush! Here!
Primed and ready. This one's mine. Holy land.
No further!
I can do this. I'm expert. Coming through.
Eat this!
Not on my watch. Now.
Boom! I knew we could count on you!
As we all count on your courage.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it might be something they've added. It wouldn't surprise me.
Eternal devastation! Commander of Heaven, Phoenix Cyclone! Now you see what I can do!
That'll bring you down. I'm ready.
Soaring blast! Blow away!
Torn up.
No dodge can break me. Megasonic thrust! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! More?
Benediction.
Dragon shout! Burn! Megasonic thrust!
Freeze Lancer!
Crush!
Dance in the wind!
Swallow dance! I've been hit with something!
So even a masochist has his limits.
Not feeling so
Did
great.
you call me? That's rude.
No further! Dragon shout! Impel punch!
I'm not Markiplier.
Moves like silk.
It's rude, don't leave him.
How fascinating.
On your knees. Take this! Pressure! I'm on! I'm just getting started! Megasonic thrust!
Raging cascade!
Eternal devastation!
A whirling struggle!
Winds
of heaven!
Heal my weary companion! Take
This one's mine!
Cure! Smash you! More?
Don't mind if I do!
Megasonic thrust!
Chain between
I'm
sun
ready!
and earth.
Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Shut!
Well
More?
done!
Elusive Megasonic thrust! Crush! Dragon
Going! Primed and ready! Burning! I never miss!
Eat this! I'm ready! Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Scream bathed in blood.
Megasonic thrust!
Raging cascade!
No further!
A whirling struggle!
Severing wind!
All yours, Kisara.
Purge malevolence!
Nice dance on the wind!
In here!
Not today!
Scream bathed in blood.
Rending you apart! Bloody howling! On your knees! I'll finish you here! Pressure!
Do it! Kisara! All yours, Kisara.
Can you take it? My armor won't save you!
Yeah?
I'll tear you apart! Tempest! Watch this! Here!
Sleep now!
Eagle attack! Eternal devastation! Seismic rupture! Inferno punch!
Chain
Take this!
between heaven and earth!
On your
Mirage!
A wailing down the
Swallow
ocean!
dance! The flame inside me!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
So I still had room to grow. Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we go down,
No holding back!
This will be a piece of cake!
They're surrounding us!
Okay, here I go!
Oh, violent
Eternal
guardian wind!
devastation!
Insects should
No
stay on the
further.
ground.
Crossblade!
That'll bring you down.
A chain
Pesky
between
airborne
heaven and earth!
scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for you and truly.
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot.
Wind!
Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing!
Stalagmite!
Concentration! Too much to handle?
A wall to shield from calamity.
Ready and barrier! I owe you one. Armor won't save you! Megasonic thrust! Severing
On
wind!
your knees.
That freaking does it! Eternal
A whirling
devastation!
struggle!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
First force! Close one!
Bloody
This
howling!
one's mine! Burning!
I'm on it!
Magic is out!
Prepare to be sealed! Eternal devastation! Whirlwind snap!
That hers? Jesus, girl.
Can't get out of this!
Raging
The
cascade!
flame inside me! Do it! To be totally in an instant! Impact block!
we work well together.
These
a
sticks
finely
have got
timed
your name
waltz.
on them! Pierce!
Bathed in blood.
Crush! Rending you apart! Eternal devastation! Not today! I'm ready!
Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle! A whirling struggle!
Heal my
Not on
wearied
my
companion.
Megasonic thrust!
Cure. You must be tired of healing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help.
Glad you're on our side, Joaquin. Your arts are really incredible.
It's thanks to you I can use them.
And I promise I'll always be
I
here.
can carve through armor!
I think I'm getting stronger.
happening here. I don't know this side effect.
Eat dirt!
Let the marksman handle this.
No further!
Whirlwind snap! This one's mine.
Prepare to be sealed, fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Megasonic thrust! Fear from calamity!
Magic is there! Sleep now.
Win!
Being interrupted.
This time! I'll grind you into dust! Not today! Megasonic thrust! Eternal devastation!
In here.
Eternal
Don't mind
devastation!
if I do.
Elusive deity! Eagle wings!
Anything in order is all mine.
Severing wind!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Rising falcon!
Leave it to lightning.
Mirage!
Take this!
This'll come in handy.
I can carve through armor!
Far enough. Eat dirt.
I'll face you!
Catapult! Crush! Wind! Not today!
Dance in the wind.
Elusive deity!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Eternal devastation!
This one's mine.
Megasonic thrust!
Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Eternal devastation!
I cannot see what's happening.
Hey, when did I get so popular? Soaring cloud! Take this!
Mirage!
Can't get out of this!
Crumble dance! Mega Fist was all mine! Burn!
Demon Lash!
Talon Storm! Pierce!
Talon
Megasonic
now!
Flash! Pierce!
On your
Megasonic Thrust!
It's showtime! I can carve through armor!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Victory is within reach.
Dig deeper
Ah,
and we
not
can
the
do
boss.
this.
Not the boss.
Too much.
Yes.
I'll crush you!
Okay.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Super Solo Game!
Now.
No! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Yeah. Come here.
There's always room for improvement.
Looks like some
Are you gonna come sit out here with me? I appreciate that. I like when you're out here.
equipment.
And here I am.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's in it.
Hi, what are you doing?
This one is mine! Take
I noticed you did. I felt it.
This one's all mine!
What's up? What is up on your chair? Stop taking stuff out of your chair.
I shall provide assistance.
Not today!
Me?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Take it. No.
Okay, I can carve through armor.
Yes.
I'm ready. We are freaking invincible.
Alvin and the others truly are strong.
What about me?
Sleep now.
Can you take it? Elusive deity. I'm on it.
In here.
Not today!
It might take guts to fight without a weapon.
I'm not brave. I just do what I have to.
If you're ever in a pinch, just say the word.
A chain between heaven and earth.
Severing wind!
Let the marksman handle this.
Eat this! In a vine?
Talon, do it! Jill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! I've still got a ways to go.
You're silly. Yes.
No holding back.
It.
Me the strength to march on. This will be a piece of cake. Megasonic thrust. It's go time. Eternal devastation. Now you see what I can do. Megasonic calamity. Watch this. Rip and tear.
Leave the charge to me.
Ready. Double me in an instant. Impact blow. We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
All disaster made one.
Burn in hell.
Negative
Gate. Evil assault.
Bathed in blood.
Ripping you apart. Bloody howling. Mirage. Do it. Eternal devastation. Negative.
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Oh, well, I didn't really save anything for healing. That's smart of me. Should have used some items. Oh, which one of you?
It can hide itself? Amazing!
Raging cascade!
Take this! Talon hurricane! Burn! I'm on a roll! Shattering devastation! Attack my weary companion!
Let them
Smash you! Watch this!
Dance in the wind!
Bring you down.
Can't hold on much longer!
I'm gonna need more of that. Eagle assault! Crush! Eternal devastation! Talon hurricane! Cure!
Chain between heaven and earth.
You see what happened there as you crossed.
wailing banshee
Shouldn't
of
have done that.
lightning.
Another incantation ruined. I may be less pleasant than usual.
Wait, I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on it! Shot! Radiant right!
Eternal devastation!
Ready to go! This one keeps charging us! No
That's
further!
what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Regeneration!
Ignite!
Regenerate! Talon! It's go time!
Eternal devastation!
Smash you!
Hold on to
Negative
your heart.
gate.
Here I come.
Shot!
Let the marksman handle this.
Now I'm in the groove!
Not in your dreams.
Where are you going?
Freaking does it!
Raging storm. All right, it's showtime.
Now
I
I'm in
have
the
no
groove!
limits! Megasonic thrust! Severing wind!
Inspiration. Starting wind. A whirling struggle.
Pierce!
Winds of earth.
Ready to go! Far enough! Super swallow dance!
Mirage!
Stop!
Mirage!
time!
Crush!
Big blast!
Burn!
What's this? In a bind?
Megasonic thrust!
Illuminate the tunnel. It looks like you got this one covered.
Shattering!
Holy land.
Dance in the wind!
Megasonic thrust!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
How much longer will our healing arts last?
Very long. I'm hoping there'll be some healing.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong. She can handle herself.
You can be really dense, though, Helene.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. No way! Crush! Regenerate! That freaking does it!
To shield from calamity.
I'm in your deck, Dohalim.
Then tonight's meal is on you.
You got it. Now what to make?
Win! Heal my weak... I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this! Megasonic thrust!
I wish I could throw like you, Law.
You wish to learn my secrets, young elfin?
Yes, Master. Please, teach me the art of defense.
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
This is huge. I'm calling it there. This place is huge, but I'll probably try to play some of it tomorrow. Maybe finish it tomorrow, but this place... ginormous! I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Bye! Take care.